Hello, hello. Uh, okay. Looks like I'm live. I didn't do a very good job of organizing this page. This is my book title page and the book I wrote. And so I'm not trying to sell books. Actually, I didn't know I was going to put this up until I just started up the OBS software. Just so you know, I don't need to do that right now. If I needed it in order to make ends meet, then I would, encourage people to buy the book, and I'd probably even raise the price of the book. And people will, call me a capitalist if I do that, but it's not true. Everything can be used as a negative or a positive. And positives can be made out of negatives. So in that way, some my critics would say, well, you're just using that to justify charging money. Well, people have seen that for 15 years, close to that. I've been doing this channel, and I haven't charged money. So I'm just, I don't have to. That's the reason. Because I got a little inheritance, and from my vehicle's mother and my vehicle's mother's partner, and that enabled me to pay off a huge amount of debt that I had, well, $50,000 worth, and live for a little bit without taking public assistance, which I was doing. I took advantage of everything that I could in order to keep on writing this book, and it's like the decks were stacked against me anyway in terms of jobs, because I was being turned down because of my age from jobs that I could have easily done, like in a bakery or in a restaurant, or school cafeteria. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to just get a little warm in here. Maybe let's turn this down. Stays off longer. So I didn't get around to changing the title here. I put it off. I procrastinated. So that's why my title is the same as it was a couple times now. But I'll eventually get to it, as long as I live long enough to do it. But, okay, steamed Aurora Borealis. Hi, Sawyer. I hope you are doing well, my friend. Yes, my friend, I am doing well. A friend of mine is a friend indeed. I mean, who wants foes, right? Nobody wants foes, but we get them, though. And actually, we can make positives out of all of them. Even if they end up taking us out, taking our, when I say us, I'm talking about all the people that are breaking away from the human mammalian kingdom ruled by the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, using the physical vehicles that they hybridize to, and then they take over because they bombard people and groups of people with their thoughts that they want to put out there. And that can be anything under the sun. And so now we've got people that are turning it into a positive when they have experiences like Demi Lovato went out to the desert and took a picture of what she believed was a UFO, a spacecraft of some sort. And it might have been. It could also have been maybe drones. It could have also been an experimental craft, that, it could have even been staged, for all I know, right? All those things are possible. But it brings a light to, it could have been government, it could have been her imagination, it could have been, the next level could have shown her something, but I don't think so at this point that that's happening right now. Because all the demonstrations are not appropriate for individuals that can still graduate to have much of. I say much of because it doesn't mean that they're non-existent. The biggest way that I think it happens, though, is, through everyday life. Somebody says something and, you're asking T&Do for, I want to be on your team, put me through it. I'll knowing that they will, and it will be difficult, but they will help you through it so that you can make every hurdle by asking them how to get over this hurdle, whether it's a hurdle of thought or a hurdle of deed, something in our life that we want to try to overcome, being drawn by for our energy and our time and our devotion, and that can be anything in the human kingdom. But see, the next level, when they help us, they don't help us by, I shouldn't say they don't, because that's not for me to say what they don't do. So let me rephrase that and say that the main gist of the way that they help us is, like I said, through our everyday circumstances, and not through visions or thoughts in our heads that are very strong and sound like a different voice, or the voice of God, some people might call it, from what they were programmed to believe as the voice of God, and or visions, like a friend of mine on Facebook that often comes to this live stream, which I don't want to say her name in case. Well, I'll just say our first name is Kathy, and she told me, I don't think she would find offense with me telling you this little story. I don't feel that at all. I didn't ask her, though. So if I'm wrong about going forward with it, then she can tell me that I should have asked her first, and I'll try to do that next time if I get the opportunity. But I'll take a chance on a positive, which is a saying from T&Do. And it's not like I'm making more of it than I should, but that's the package that I've got, and that does that. So anyway, and that can be used for positive too, so I'm not putting myself down. But it was that she heard some tones or some sounds, and she's heard them. I guess she's had like problems with her ears from listening to Walkmans loud, when she was growing up. and but she heard these tones and she didn't pay attention to them before, but this time she paid attention to the tones, and she got a thought with it, or what she called a vision. And that vision was that she was, I think, observing or with a group of people that were like sitting or standing in a circle, and that the idea that is that they were going to be lifted up. They were ascending. Or, I don't know if she actually saw them ascending or she saw them on the ground, sitting in a circle with trying to give their all to the next level above human. TDNT. Um, and so I expressed to her that it might have been from TDNT, but it might have also been from the lower forces. But I didn't explain what I think TDNT talked about that, and that is that the next level uses all negatives. Well, I'm not saying all negatives. That's too all-inclusive. But uses negatives and makes them into positives. And TDNT said that they were masters of doing that. So, in other words, they know that the space alien souls want to steal away the souls that are coming up in the human kingdom. And so they look for all the ways that they can do that. So if they can get us trusting in dreams or visions or words in our heads, or and assign them to the creators, no matter what we think about those creators as being. For many people, it's an illusionary kind of thing. It's a spiritual thing. In other words, it's of the mind. It's a development of the mind. It doesn't have any necessary logic to it, except for those that still have a little piece of that mind, and then they might have a curiosity about it. And a little piece can be very big, because how much recognition we have of the next level's reality isn't proportionally better than having overcome characteristics of the human kingdom that make us open to what TDNT are teaching through experience, through whatever it was, drug addiction, addiction to sex, addiction to food. Really isn't an addiction, if I remember T saying, but we can get into strong habits with food that become mental habits, mental kinds of addictions. Like I can't eat that with that. That's unheard of. I can't eat something with that consistency. It makes me throw up. Where you find that the things that make you throw up in some cultures are delicacies, okay? And not only just run-of-the-mill things to consume. And so it's a programming of likes and dislikes. They talked about food like that, like likes and dislikes, that they were trying to help us overcome those. And so they designed the menu. But they didn't do that for the first year or two, or year and a half or so, or something like that. Well, maybe it was just a year before they came back to it. And then introduced to us the supply tents. Before that, we were going out and buying. Hi Jeff, and Welsh Dragon, howdy. Oh, saying hi to Jeff. Jeff said before. Tinnitus. Yeah, right. Ringing of the ears, right? And Welsh Dragon says, good morning, everyone. Been a while. Yes, I think it's been a while, and I'm also not doing so many of these. So it's been a while for me too. And Jeff says greetings when he came into the chat, and greetings back. I sorry, I just saw when you said greetings. That's when I just happened to be looking in that direction, and it flashed, so it changed my focus. That's what I need to do more because of my sound. Oh my gosh, my sound is bad. Hello, hello, hello. I did it again, but you got my sound in the video capture device, so now it's out of this world. Before it was like what? Hello, 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 hello. It wasn't too bad, actually, because I got it turned way up. Damn, I keep on doing that because I get so distracted before I do this, and so I kind of like. I'm in a hurry whenever I come to do this because I spent too much time on something else, and so that's my excuse. It just seems to be the thing that I do, and I'm sorry about that. But fortunately, it might have been. Well, nobody said anything about it until now, so I guess it wasn't too bad. Unless also I was supposed to I'm supposed to numb this because of the speaker thing that provides a little bit of an echo, I think. So now the echo should be gone, although some folks have said that they like the echo. So, but I don't want to try to embellish. Tino's information stands on its own. And, just keep the mic close. Right. Thank you, Welsh Dragon. Jeff says, I've been watching The Vow on HBO about the NXVIUM cult. The leader taught about negative people as Luciferians. Yeah. But he is a real asshole himself. The guy that was running it, right? Yeah. Because, I mean, I got to watch it, okay? It's probably on Netflix, right? So I do get that. I haven't paid for any of the services. I just don't want to subscribe to all these different things. But I know I can do it for free to start up with, but then I don't want to get caught by them having my credit card number, and who knows what. Anyway, because I know there's all kinds of scammers out there. But anyway, but that was the what was called the sex cult. I don't know too much about them, actually. And, I'm not saying that everything I did here, which I'm trying to remember right now, it probably didn't start that way. But, so I'm not going to try. I guess I can't really comment. But what I can say is that it's human behavior, whatever it is. I didn't see anything in the reports that cued me into them having any relationship with T&O's mind that I could find. But I'm not judging the people because they're only responsible for what they think, say, and do. In other words, continue to think, say, and do to the next level. They're not responsible to us. Although, if you're harming somebody, then you are responsible for making amends with them and owning up to it. And that's, of course, harm can be, twisted and turned to be, well, they deserved it, or this was just, and of course, there's all kinds of justifications, but people that are trying to be sensitive to others, to live the way that Jesus taught among one another, even though we weren't going to have peace in the world, we were going to have peace between those that want that peace from their minds, from their behavior and ways that are gentle and caring and positive-minded and thorough and attention to detail and thriving on pulling on the minds of their older members for doing the best job that they can do to provide humans with the best chance they can have to grow and outgrow the human kingdom, because it was designed to be evolutionarily outgrown. And evolution in that case isn't Darwinian evolution, and it's not automatic. It's by desire that we evolve. Desire for change, desire for knowing what the truth is about something, desire for it can be in all forms. Desire for more money, all those forms of desire to be famous, desire to learn a good trade, to be able to have a life and have a family and raise that family, and that's all the human kingdom. There's nothing wrong with any of that. But clinging to it doesn't get you in the next level. And so they help us break away by having us disconnect from one another in a sense. I mean, you can see that as with the coronavirus, or all the viruses do that. And having death does that. If death didn't exist, then we wouldn't be motivated to change. And other things too. We would just get into a rut, and we would go down that rut, and we wouldn't, I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm not saying how long somebody can live without death and still be growing. Tiendo said that there were other planets that had human equivalent life forms on them that didn't have any negative Luciferians on it. And so that the next level could come and go from those places because the vibration wasn't so evil, so animalistic. Animalistic is evil to the next level because they're growing us, our vehicles, and our minds. But they don't grow us in such a way that we don't have the choice. In fact, we have lots of choices. We have all the choices. We can become as rotten as those that are taking over other humans and using them. Whether they're calling them spiritual leaders or not. Like with Demi Lovato, who I don't personally know, and I respect, that she's reaching for the highest that she can reach by looking into the heavens and wanting to go with what she thinks, what she's been taught of the space aliens. Well, perhaps she doesn't know anymore. She doesn't realize that there's creators in addition to the space aliens. Not in addition to, actually, that the space aliens are in addition to the creators. Because they don't need us. The creators of the evolutionary level above human that Tiendo were representing on Earth, that Jesus represented, that Elijah represented, that Moses represented, that Enoch represented, and Adam represented. At the beginning of the experiment, that was in order for Do to have an experience that could help him grow to becoming a member of the throne. In other words, working alongside his older member. And so for his graduation, his older member came with him in order to graduate him to the throne, as it says in Revelation 12. And so he became the gate. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. I am the truth and the way. I am the truth and the life and the way. Talking about, what Jesus said. If anybody doesn't know those verses, I'm not talking about myself with that. And T&O didn't talk about Scripture hardly at all. T talked about Scripture more than Do did. That I know about. And I was there for a lot, But until the 90s, then Do was considering whether he had another task to do before they left. Because it wasn't we. It was we at the time for me, but I flunked out of that lesson program. But I'm in the lesson program now, like everybody else that's trying to grow, no matter whether they know about T&O or not. If they're separating from the world in some way, then significant ways, I think, could be added to that. Because there's nothing casual about the next level. And they want people to separate quickly, because that shows them which souls that they are going to put into certain boxes or certain areas of the database of the spirit world or the environment inside the spacecraft that they seem to have actually planted or docked on a big section of planet Earth that might be the size of like 1,500 square miles square. Perhaps even shaped like a parallelogram. I don't know. I'm going by a bunch of different things that's just my, it's a worthless opinion, but I don't know, what the heck. If someone wants to know why I said that, I'll go into it another time, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on that kind of, supposition. But I'll have to watch that about the Nexium. I hope they gave it a fair shake. But, at the same time, that subject of, sex cults, that's been happening for a long, long time. I don't know if there is a cult besides Heaven's Gate that didn't get, there's some Christian cults that maybe didn't get sexual, but I think they probably all did because of how much that is pushed on society and pushed on people to think that that's the same thing as love, even though it can be related. You can feel like the person that's doing it can feel like they are wanting that other person to be pleased more than themselves, and so that can even be a selfless kind of thing. So that all things can be used for positives to get out of the human kingdom, to be less self-oriented and more crew-minded. Crew-minded in terms of what the qualifications are to join a group of people in a spacecraft that's physical, that's many members, and has older ones and younger ones, and going by experience, not going by time spent in the next level, because in the next level you're also free to grow to the pace that you want to grow. Just like right now, people are free to grow at the pace they want to grow. And can graduate into the next level. Now, I don't know if anybody at this point has accomplished their lessons enough to where they could jump into being with T&O in headquarters, whatever spacecraft that is. I don't think everybody's going to go there. I don't know if everybody that left with the 38 and the 4 are going to all go to that headquarters. And I'm not going to pretend to try to decide, to judge, who might have and who not. Although there are some indications of who the older students were. And which I've seen mostly after the fact. Because at the time, I didn't necessarily think of anybody else as older than me. But I don't know what anybody else was going through. So I couldn't judge that. And I wasn't aware of my own faults that much. Now, faults meaning of the goals that, the reality of those goals. I didn't know that I like to be seen as something special. When I say I'm talking about the combination of genetic mind, which is separate from the physicality, and part of the root system of the human tree, and plus the environmental mind that comes from our environment growing up with the people that we're exposed to, and society and the schools and the governments and everything, the spirituality and all that. That's the that's the dual I that's talking at that moment. Where the third eye just so happens to be not the way that T&O talked about it as the third eye. They didn't use that phrase to describe it, but they described the three eyes as being 1, 2, and 3, and number 3 was when you take command of your vehicle. Like your vehicle's doing something that you wish you could stop doing. And so the best way to get out of that is to, that I know of, is to project that to the highest source you can imagine existing for help. And that's why Christians say, you're surrendering to, and that's true, you do. You end up surrendering to the next level's authority, but what we don't know is that they don't need us to do that. So it's not like they've got some evil agenda up, the way that some of the staunch atheists will say. They would describe themselves as atheists, even though atheism is a good step away from religion, according to Doe. And because the religions have all become distorted and diluted, and and misinformation has been the rule. We've been barraged with misinformation for thousands of years. But the next level always keeps a balance. When they keep that balance, I'm not going to say, how much they do in between members of the next level coming in physical bodies, taking over physical bodies with their soul bodies. Souls being something that's a plasma-like consistency, a physicality. Plasma-like, Doe said. And but that soul body can grow. And the way it grows is by embracing everything that came out of the mouth of TDNT. And their students that were in the Heaven's Gate book are part of that mind and actually closer to us. And that's why Do let them describe to us the way that we could become students without having to be required to separate from the world immediately, leave everything behind and go to, that's the thing. You don't know where to go to. I mean, I'm not saying that people can't do that. There's no can'ts. But to do that and to even be like in a commune, wow, is that going to be subject to the Luciferian interference? Because we're not doing the task that was given, which Giannotti presented to us in the Heaven's Gate book, to say that the formula is to separate from the world, or everything in the world, so that it's not meaningful to us anymore. I mean, we can suffer with that. That's part of there is a suffering that goes with that, because there's certain things that we get attached to, of course. But when we let our minds realize that the goal is to detach, but we don't want to do it in the wrong way at the wrong times, we want the next level to guide us through that. That's if we want to really be a student. And so we ask the next level, we don't have to say all that to the next level. They know what's best for us ahead of time. So, but in our ignorance, we will ask for certain things, like I did. Like I asked, the way I said it was, I hope that I won't have to leave my daughter behind to be of service to you again. And the thought I got right away, which just was like a subtle thought. It wasn't anything like dramatic, but it kind of felt like I don't know. There was something to it that made me think that they were responding. And what I believe my interpretation of that was that won't be necessary now. I mean, it is necessary. And that enabled me to not deal with that as a demon that would say, well, if that's necessary, then I don't think I can do this, because I was so attached to the humanness I was a part of and loved. I loved my vehicle's daughter. I mean, my vehicle's daughter, right? She's a beautiful soul. Whether she has the soul deposit or not, because she hasn't been curious about it. So maybe she doesn't. But it doesn't matter, because her spirit is what's being also developed by the next level. And her own relationship with the next level, because the next level is they don't judge us by human judgments. They judge us by what they know that we're capable of, and what we've been experienced with, what we've had exposure to. And so and so for that reason, well, not really that reason, but I've never tried to teach my vehicle's daughter what I believe in any detail. But I did, because I was doing documentaries where I I allowed the media to come to where I was living, she got exposure to some of them. Not in person. Well, maybe one. I did allow them to meet, and I don't remember if I did that or not. I know I was very, very hesitant to do that. But, I don't think for a moment that the next level isn't keeping... I know they're helping us. Anybody that asks for help gets help. And if you're standing up for T&O, which that's the task that we were given, as being representatives that came from the kingdom that created the earth and its life forms. Not life forms, but its inhabitants is the way that I believe Junodi wrote it. And maintain that stand regardless of the consequences. And maintain that stand until we leave our vehicles. I believe it was all in that thought there that she wrote about. And that explains why. So standing for T&O. Okay, now that's the second group of people, I think, of the category of the three different categories of people that would go with Do when he left. Going with Do meant going with his kingdom, going with his crew. Because nobody gets a significant job unless they've overcome their humanness sufficiently, and demonstrated that to the older member, actually pleased the older members to get significant service. But even elementary service in the next level is going to be like wow to anybody right now that gets graduated to elementary service in the next level. And then the ones that aren't graduated to elementary service in the next level will be in what Do called on ice, in storage. Not literal ice, though. Although they did say that outer space was cooler than here, than within the space of the planet. I don't know how much cooler. But at one time they did have us regulate the temperature when we were living in the snow in a little town that's west of, maybe the first big town that's west of Golden, Colorado. I forgot at the moment the actual name of that town, but they had, we had a ventilation crew that, would make sure that, the thermostats, everything was working. And they would make rounds like twice a day, because they would also turn certain thermostats down during the nighttime hours so that we could have some degree of cold air. They would crack a window so we could have some degree of cold air coming in for fresh oxygen. I should do that. But those things, just because it just occurred to me, aren't necessarily, well, they're certainly not the primary things to adopt that let me say it differently. That's where I believe it describes the rate of growth of somebody. When they're going to put their efforts into the primary things, like, for instance, the list that Doe gave in the major offense list and the lesser offense list. And then the 17 steps can be used as guidelines for ways of behaving with one another. And all those things can be also guidelines in that. And to not be deceitful, and to not be sexual, or allowing sexuality if that's something that we want to embrace. See, that all becomes, many people, well, maybe I shouldn't say many, but I think it might be many, have already embraced non-sexuality. They might have got in and they might have burned themselves out on sexuality, to where it didn't mean anything to them enough that it was worth it. I've experienced some of that. I get maybe people that are in relationships for a long time, maybe everybody experiences it pretty quickly in a relationship. That it gets old and then people try to spice it up. Which my vehicle never did get into. But that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with any of that. Oh, I put Revelations in plural on my book. I knew about that because I had said that to somebody in a chat or a comment. I said the Revelations that way. And the person said that he was a scholar and had written some books, and that's not the correct spelling of it should be Revelation. Which he doesn't know that, or maybe he knows it, but he just couldn't help himself because he's so in the habit of having that kind of attention to grammar and spelling details. And because it is a whole bunch of different revealings. That's what that is. It's the revealing. And it talks about that in Luke. That when the revealing was done, then I forgot what he said, what happened. I would have looked that up. Search by books. Oh, I'm just going to read all these things about revealing. And put them over here. Bear with me for a minute, please, if you can. I want to, of course. I got some Corinthians in here, but who knows? That's all right. And then I got to change the screen to be a text pad. There you go. All right. There is nothing covered, Luke 12:2. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Then in Luke 17:30, even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed. There you go. Even thus. So let me go to that 17. Oh no, let's see, Luke 17:30. There you go. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, I didn't need to copy this twice. So even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed. Now, day in that context means time period. And that might be also talking about the 1,000 years, because a day is a day in the next level is like 1,000 years on Earth. So we might be talking about that 1,000 years. I guess I said that twice. All right, so when the Son of Man, now Son of Man, what does that mean? It's the same thing as saying like offspring human. I think man is Homo sapien. You're not going to be able to see this, but anthropos is the Greek word. So that's talking about a human being. That's that first definition that they give in this list of the way it's used. And so it's the son of a human being is revealed. And that's Marshall Applewhite. And son is from the word huios, apparently a primary word. It means son or son of God, son of man, child. A son are rarely used for the young of animals, generally used of the offspring of men. So that's offspring human. Offspring from human is what he's saying was going to be revealed. Luke 17:30. So during that time is when, in that day, he which shall be upon the housetop and his stuff in the house, let him not come down to take it away. and he that is in the field, let him likewise not return back. Well, that's what happened to TDNT students. They said that if people wanted to follow after them, come with them, meet them in different places, and learn more from what they had to say, that they had to leave everything behind, and they didn't want anybody to have an ace in the hole. And ace in the hole is the way that it was worded. That, if you leave your bank account behind, you're really not leaving the world behind. If you leave your family behind, but you intend to come back, but it would be understandable to think, I'll try this. And so I'm not putting anybody down that, had a family and things like that and didn't want to stay with it, because it might not have been their time for that. Because we all have growth times and spurts. And like TDNT did turn away some individuals. There's one individual I know of in the UFO Missionary Extraordinary book, because she had children and she believed in everything they were saying, but she felt like, she didn't feel right about leaving her children. And what I mean by leaving their children means asking the next level to help with finding a circumstance that would be the best for them. When they're going to go through a problem of not being with their mother in that case. Yes, it's going to be difficult, but it's not so much of a difficulty that those children can't be helped to I know I have two people that are kind of like my best friends in the world here that are both orphans. I'm not orphans, but one was an orphan and one was, and they're good people. They have a good life. They've gone through some stuff, but they've come out the other side, in a positive way, as far as I can tell. I'm not the judge, but so I believe that's what that's referring to. Now that can also mean, that's like the definition of what to expect when he's revealed. The primary thing that came to his mind to talk about was separating from the world, which he talks about throughout and not trying to save your life in this world. But and so that his closest students were told that they needed to lay down their lives, telling the truth, and that's the same task that people now can potentially have. By standing up for TDNT, it might lead to that they might lose their life because of believing in this. What the mainstream media calls an evil cult. An evil, dangerous, misguided, naive, brainwashed group of people, which couldn't be further from the truth. But standing up for that might have its detriment. And so I would always suggest that people don't use a real name, don't use real addresses, don't use real telephone numbers that can easily be traced to your home. But then again, if you try to save your life in this world, beyond doing simple things to try to stay out of trouble, the trouble from it, then you might end. I got disconnected again from my OBS software. You might be compromising your ability to grow as fast as you could grow, and that might lead to the loss of your vehicle. Because Doe did talk about that in a document that was talked about in the Heaven's Gate podcast as being a negative that had to do with what Doe said that Frank called him evidencing becoming a little bit psycho. Now Frank sees it that way because he didn't fully grasp what was happening in the classroom, because to me it was natural to hear that, even though it was difficult for me to hear Doe talk about the people from Waco, and wondering if that was the way that we were going to leave, by the government being coming out against us. And that's when he started to think, well, maybe we should get a rifle and just being a cult member that's hated and that people don't want their kids to be around, so they're looking for a reason to get rid of, could be the avenue of some people losing their lives for the next level. But we don't want to stimulate that. We don't want to egg them on. That wouldn't be the way of the next level. But if egging them on can take the shape of telling the truth, like for instance telling Christians what we believe is the truth of this interpretation of Scripture and that interpretation of Scripture, and the meaning of everything Jesus was teaching, why he was teaching that. Because there's some people that when you tell them that, they're gonna be challenged. They're all gonna be challenged. Well, I shouldn't say all, because there might be some people that know that's the truth. And then they will be the challenge will be, of course, whether they can hold on to it or not. Well, they can, okay. Whether they do hold on to it or not. It's not that they can't, because the next level helps everybody. That's why they can. It's not a Pollyanna kind of positive seeking. It's just that's the way it is. Because the next level, they're running this place. And so what happens is then they even by standing up for them, actually helps us separate from the human kingdom. Because we're going to be met with both discarnates and the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, and through the humans, and even not through the humans, through potentially dreams or things. But we don't have to be afraid of that, because the next level is not going to give us more than we can handle. So we get to have plenty of time to work up to being willing to lose our lives standing up for TNO. And it becomes a lot easier when we start to have health problems or we have we get old and we have health problems, or we you know so in a sense it was easy. It's easier than for somebody. But then again, I might be wrong about that. I can't put myself in somebody else's shoes. To what degree, because we're all souls that were planted, deposited into these vehicles, and that there are souls that have returned from having a previous relationship with the next level that are trying to interface to get the soul and spirit in each of our vehicles to cooperate with receiving what they know. Which they got from their older members that was saved the last time they had experience with their older members. And so those individuals might be considered to be like our guardian angels, because the hour is the combination of that help and the environmental help from the human kingdom and the genetic instructions and programs and behaviors and ways and attitudes and all that goes into a human character. That becomes our burden. That becomes that's the road that we have to plow. That's the way it's said in the scripture. And I don't even remember where that's said, because I haven't hardly read that much of the Old Testament. Well, in comparison to the New Testament. But so, like the fastest we can grow is to say to the next level, I want to be putty in your hands. Say to T and Do, actually, not the next level. I mean, I'm not saying not the next level, but see, we need to be as specific as we can be in who we think we're talking to, because that's how we establish the relationship with that specific individual. If we talk to Jesus now, we're talking to a vehicle that died and then was taken into the next level on their spacecraft, and who knows what they did with it. Because it was a vehicle that had overcome the world. So, so who knows what kind of changes it went through very quickly to become to rise up to the grade. But it might not have been able to rise up to the grade of the vehicle that Do put in a closet before he came. That's what he said happened. He put his vehicle in a closet. Where T didn't need to put it in a closet because she could operate the human vehicle that she was taking over and a next level vehicle or more, one or more next level vehicles that were under the that she was monitoring. Not monitoring. She was the mind that was in those vehicles. That's like having one hand that has 5 different fingers on it, right? And you can control all of them completely. That's the way I imagine it. I didn't get that example from T and Do. But the idea of it I got from Do, for sure. I shouldn't say for sure, because it's like 99% of a memory. I'm only going to say there's 1% that's not there because of knowing that, I could have got it wrong. Even if I got it wrong, I probably got like one part of it wrong, maybe, not necessarily the whole thing wrong. But certain things like, I think the next level is allowing me to remember. Well, I received it because I had the full intention of going the distance on the overcoming process. And I knew that would mean giving my life. But I had a spiritual kind of connotation to that. That I was, I didn't consciously think this, but I could see looking back on it that things I said and did show that, that I still had the influence with me that wanted to be seen as something special, and then was a little too pleased with myself. That's the way T said it to me, of the three things that I needed to overcome to enough to be given elementary service on her spacecraft. Because any service is going to be elementary for somebody that's doing it for the first time, compared to the more significant service of having a lot more decisions and more capabilities from experience. Because that's how you grow. You grow from experience with tasks for your older member. And that's where you have failures, like Adam. Like Doe failed with the Adam vehicle. So he knew what failure was about in the beginning of this civilization experiment. That's the way they talked about this, as an experiment. And the reason it's an experiment is because, not because they don't know the outcomes. There's going to be a certain amount of outcomes. They don't know how many. And maybe they don't even know if there's a potential that there could only be one. But I don't think so, because they can regulate things. I think they always get some fruit, but I could be wrong about that. But that's my best guess on that. So, like Jesus said, we can make people doing the harvesting, we can bring them up from the dust of the earth. If the harvest is ready and there's not enough people to tend to the harvest, then they can raise up humans. They can put a deposit in them. The ones that they determine are growing good, growing healthily, which has to do with mind and body growth, but mostly mind growth, which of course comes from the body growth. In the choices that they made. That choice could be a lot of things. It could be becoming religious. It could become a scientist. It could become a housemaker. It could be anything, because we can get lessons in all those areas. But we don't necessarily get the same lessons in all those areas. But there's a certain amount of them that are very common to all areas, to many areas. Maybe even all the areas. Yeah, they said there was many paths to the top of the mountain, but there's only one that gets you off. And everything in the human kingdom is an opportunity to even overcome failure. And so instead of somebody, failing at their business and then committing suicide, because they lost everything that meant something to them. They couldn't support their family anymore because their restaurant was closed because of COVID. And then they go and they feel like I was proud of this. I was telling people, how I was going to grow a whole bunch of businesses like this, and I could support all these people doing it, and they could have built themselves up to where they couldn't deal with the failure of it, and so commit suicide. Now, I know the suicide numbers are up. I don't know all the reasons that people are giving for it, but it doesn't have to be a reason. People can just be in despair. They can't be in. They feel like they're afraid of relationships. They feel like they're afraid of one another, and they're gonna start. You know what they were doing in like a ice skating ring? They were that this Christian group I think was doing. They were hooking up behind their back with one another with their arms and going ice skating. So that took a certain amount of skill, of course. Right? And they are becoming a unit that's very interesting. And maybe in the next level's mind, that's a positive. Removing us from the sensuality of being face-to-face. Now, of course, there could be sensuality in being butt-to-butt, too. So, they're not totally overcoming anything. Like the Jews did, or maybe it wasn't the Jews, but some faction of them used to cover up the female and the male, and so the male would, enter into her vehicle, through a sheet of some sort, or whatever. People can think, well, that's really strange. But then again, it kind of removes you from all the sensual feelings and all the, the lusting of the vehicle that you're with. And to impregnate that person. It makes it more functional. And so since that needs to be overcome because it's not next level behavior, that's a way of kind of stimulating that mindset in the mind of the humans that are in that human tree, where humans are the leaves on the tree, and they die, and then they come back to life in the next season. But everything they experienced is stored in the genetic code that goes into the trunk, into the branch and into the trunk, and its exchanges. As the fluids exchange or whatever, however the next level does that. But even the mind of it, I don't know to what degree mind becomes just, a force, just a field that doesn't have any individuality to it. Maybe that's never the case. Maybe even the rocks even all have different polarities. The rocks actually develop. The earth. I learned from living out in the boonies that every year rocks underneath the earth come to the surface. It's like and people can pick them up. And so everything's in motion. This is such a fabulous creation. It's beyond belief how anybody could think that's automatic. But then again, there are plenty of automatic things, like what I'm talking about with the minerals and stuff and the rocks. I don't think that the next level is each of those rocks is striving to. It's exchanging ions, with other materials that are around it, and that becomes like a magnetic force, I guess. But who knows if gravity is actually pulling those things up? or pushing those things up. Who knows if Admiral Byrd was correct, that there was some kind of a sun in the middle of the earth? How do we know if we're in the middle of the earth? I don't think anybody's gotten close, even with instrumentation. But I may be wrong about that. But even with instrumentation, if they go into one spot that's a foot, in diameter, to send an instrument down or whatever it is, then how do they know that there's not something in the upper right corner of the earth that goes right to the core? Can they, how do they know that the drill isn't, going on a type of an angle? I mean, maybe they have ways of knowing that. But if you don't have some way of identifying the core, then I don't think you have the ability to identify whether you're going at an angle, and which you're always probably going on an angle to some degree, right? From the surface, if the surface is mostly round or oblong or whatever it is, if you take the water away. But I mean, they drill through the water too, so the whole thing is, I believe, a globe. So not like the flat Earth people. I think they're just rebelling. In a sense, breaking away from what they were taught in school. Maybe that's a form of separating from the human kingdom, to not believe anything they tell you. But then a lot of times they believe things that other humans tell them, right? But, sometimes it's just because it's fun to buck people, and so people get into it for that reason. And some of them believe it because that's something that they just haven't had experience with yet. But it doesn't mean that they haven't had experience in some other area that excels some area that I haven't had experience with. See, we can't judge one another. And Jesus taught that. And now I see why. Because we never know when somebody's going to change, and we never know how they're going to change, and to what degree they're going to change, and how much they're going to keep on changing. All those are variables. Because we all have slightly different packages with the genetic code and the environment. And isn't that beautiful that it's designed that way so that we can't judge one another properly? Because then we can separate the people that are being judgmental as, hey, you're not seeing something. Not to put them down, not to treat them badly, but to say that I wish I could, if I could shake you up a little bit, into opening your eyes in this area, you're going to see a whole lot more of what's there, what's real. And I can hear the voices saying, the thoughts, not voices, but I can hear the thoughts saying, how do you know what you think is real, Sawyer? And I can't explain it in a way that can make any sense unless you trek down the path that I feel like got me to this. And that's through, at this time, TDNT's teachings. And seeing them, see the thing, one of the big things that I got, my vehicle got, my mind got, the three eyes got, that to the degree that I'm actually applying it is the degree in which I get it. Okay? And so I'm missing a lot too, but that doesn't mean that what I did get can't be helpful to people. So that's where I'm coming from on that. But in other words, I got it from TNO. So, and I have examples of many things they've said. Okay, that I came to realize more after leaving than I did even at the time that they said many things. So if somebody goes down that path, check them out. You know, give it a chance. If you don't want to give it a chance, then you're not going to experience it. That's the way it is with everything. You got to take a chance on a positive. And I'm saying that this is a positive, and I think if you look at the end result that I believe exists, that Tiendo taught as a positive, and how could you not? It means eternal life, working on spacecrafts, on experiments, interfacing with humans, helping them grow to be where you are, where you got to, and even more than where you got to. So, I mean, it's totally out of this world. There's no other cult that was this far outside the human kingdom. There's some that believe in beings from outer space, that drive UFOs and think of them as the good aliens as opposed to the bad aliens, or the extraterrestrial biological entities, or whatever the new terminology is for beings that show that they have a structure that is different than what Homo sapiens look like now. But I had the image of, E.T. And, I hadn't thought of it before, but that weird shape of his head, wasn't it? Wasn't necessarily by accident. The next level could have helped him with that. Maybe even to relate it to the weird shape of the heads of some of the pharaohs and other members of that court, those courts. That they used to bind their heads as if, to hide it. Maybe that's what the yarmulke. Well, I'm not saying that's where it came from. That might have come from something Moses instigated. I don't remember that part of the Old Testament, if it's in there. But because that was the first classroom in this civilization, the first trimester of growth towards birth. And Jesus was the second trimester, and he brought the formula of exiting from the human kingdom, where the first trimester was for toddlers in their growth as souls. And so they were just trying to get along and have some civility, and were trying to teach them to not be so promiscuous, with just sleeping with everybody and their brother and sister, and and impregnating them, and and having all kinds of children, but just that being their whole job, and the women doing all the work, right? Or they do some of it. They do the easy stuff, watching over the herd and stuff. They might have also did the hunting and stuff. So it wasn't like it was an unfair bargain. But different lessons come from different experiences, of course, and both genders can get equal lessons to learn from their existence in a male or female, male or in between vehicle, or not at all, being so in between that they don't have any gender interest in it. Which I remember when I was in the classroom, we saw this this report. I think it was like on 60 Minutes or something like that, of a person that had no desire for sexuality, and didn't wasn't male or female. So I imagine that they didn't have any of the organs. So I imagine that they looked like a female probably, because how could you say that you don't have those reproductive organs if you're a male and you've got gonads, So that's kind of the way I kind of arrive at some things that I believe by making those kind of connections. Now, I could be wrong about those kind of things, of course, because the only things I can trust 100% are what T and Doug gave us. But even the things that T and Doug gave me that I don't see written down, I don't see on an audio tape or a videotape, can be in question because I'm fallible with my memory. And I can embellish things, but see, in the classroom we were taught to learn to follow instructions and learn to repeat those instructions back exactly the way we received them, so that there's no change through a whole bunch of people. And the way we were given ways of working on that was when T and Do would give us an instruction, we'd write it down on this pad that was like this metal clipboard that had a cover over it. So the pages were protected, so it became a book. And but everything was just clamped in. It wasn't like a loose leaf binder. Anyway, that's what the hospitals had. So T set it up to where we would have that kind of a communication of instructions. And then whenever we got an instruction from them, like on the phone or they answered a question in a meeting, that became an instruction. And somebody would take notes with that and then put that in a report and send it to T and Do to see if we got the instruction right. So that was their system. So since I had that training, which I hadn't had before that in my vehicle's life, that's where I tend to be, I try to be thorough. That was a word that they gave us to describe a member of the next level, would be thorough. And the way they described that was that think of your tasks as being orbits, like planets going around in an orbit. And so you want to get back to the place that completes that orbit. Now, even though technically it might not, in the heavens, that even the sun is moving, my understanding is, and so we're always in a new place in time and space, potentially. I'm not going to say always, because you never know if the next level can just actually make it so that an orbit is going back to the same exact spot that it started in. As some, like maybe atoms do that. I don't know if they change orbits. So I guess both is possible. I feel safe to say. But and that got me off track of what I was talking about. Rambling on is what I do. I know that. But I think there's good to be found in it because of all the connections that I try to make with TDNT's information. But am I still going here? Let me check the chat room because you've been listening to me for a long time if you're still staying here. And I might not be saying anything that's new. And I like to try to get into new things that Kathy Southwestern says, hey guys, hey to you. And Kathy Southwestern says, I see someone mentioned tinnitus, right? Yes, I did. I did talk about the ringing in the ears. Sometimes I think it downloads as well. Who else here has constant ringing in the ears? Yeah, because I expressed to Kathy Southwestern on my Facebook page that in response to her telling me about this experience she had, and to where she got an image, I described it. The way I described it was you had a vision of some people sitting in a circle. And I don't know, I saw them holding hands in the vision. I don't remember if you described it that way. And I felt like it was on the earth that you felt like you were seeing it. And that they were rising up to some degree. But I don't know if they were physically rising up or they were rising up with their minds because they were wanting to connect with the next level. You know, that's a way that I realized when I started this live stream and I started to describe this, that I didn't enter into that, and how the next level could even be taking advantage of what the lower forces could be doing to try to get you to, think of those as signs of the truth. That then you would say, oh well, the next level gave me that, and therefore my interpretation of it is this. And therefore, maybe the rapture is really going to happen. I'm just making stuff up, where people are going to go up with their bodies, because I saw bodies. And those, and maybe those bodies gave me the impression that they were being lifted up, which would still be consistent with the fact that you can go into the next level if you overcome the world with your body. TDNT taught that right from the beginning. An example of that they didn't give at the time when they said that I was aware of, but that they wrote in the book UFO Missionaries Extraordinary, in the document that they published there that was called A Message from the Two, I think. I might have got that wrong. Where it describes that Adam and Enoch and Moses and Elijah and Jesus were all the same individual who did the task that we relate to as Doe. The same soul, the same older member of the next level. advancing in the next level to do those tasks. And they all left with their vehicles. Although in the Moses materials, it says that he didn't leave with his vehicle. I mean, well, it doesn't say one way or the other. They didn't say what happened to his vehicle. They just say that he walked off. And the instruction was that he didn't want anybody to follow him. I don't know if that was an instruction, but I think that was, I think he somehow gave that to Aaron or someone else, to express. Not just, Aaron might have left before that. I don't remember that part of it. But I know that he left. And I don't know where Miriam was at that point. But it was, what's his name? David? No, not David. I forgot his name now. The individual that was kind of past the Moses torch by Moses. The most. He might have set up a whole crew. I mean, he might have had he had the Leviticans. They were a whole crew. So it wasn't going to change the way, daily life operated by Moses leaving. So anyway, but so they all left with their vehicle. Well, except we don't know what happened to Moses. But T&D felt like Moses' vehicle wasn't left behind, and so that can give credence to the story that James and John and Peter, when they went up to that mountain with Jesus, where they called the Transfiguration, where they say they saw two individuals that they felt was Moses and Elijah. And that's why they say that Moses and Elijah seem to be the ones depicted as being the ones that returned as the two witnesses. Because it's true. But it wasn't just Moses and Elijah, it was Moses and Jehovah. It was Elijah and Jehovah. It was Adam and the Elohim. It was it was Enoch and the Elohim. And many-membered kingdom. That was a plural word. And the word deities is actually the word used in the Greek when they write the word God as a singular. So right away they're getting off track by making it into a singular term in our minds. Even though what they were concerned with was, in a sense, it was, they were trying to do right to some degree because Jehovah, through Moses, taught that there was only one God. Well, actually, Jehovah was recorded to have said that directly to the people. And that could have been with a voice. But it could have been a voice that only some people could actually understand. And it could have sounded like thunder to other people. And there's some testimony to that in the case of Jesus when they would hear a voice once in a while coming from the heavens. When Jesus was baptized and when he was on that Transfiguration Mountain, where it said, "This is my son who I am well pleased in." And I think in one of those occurrences, they said that some people thought that the Lord had made thunder come, and they were afraid. They were sore afraid. And, that goes to the way that our vehicles work, to where we can, different people can hear more and hear less. And also see more and see less. See actually visually. See better. Have better vision. Even better than 20/20. I don't know if it goes into better levels of that, but I never heard about it. But seeing seeing with the third eye, kind of making sense of something. Something actually occurs to us that, oh, that makes sense. Well, people tell me that all the time about the things that T&O were teaching occurred to them as making sense. Then there's going to be other things that they're going to see and they're going to think, wow, that's weird. I'm not sure if I go along with that. That's, I don't believe that. Or I doubt that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But if they don't let that become a total stopping place, in other words, it might become a stopping place for a time period, and then they have more experience, and the next level can even help them with experiences that can help them be thirsty, and then all of a sudden they go back to that idea, or they remember it, and they think, oh, now I see what they were talking about. And that's how we grow. I'm not saying that's the only way we grow, but that's one big part of growth of mind. And our vehicle is also getting evidence of that. When our vehicle's cooperating, the mind of the vehicle is also growing. But I don't know if the next level discards that when the individual got to the point of changing over into a new creature, to where they've got 51% of their decision making is happening based on what they can evidence having come from T&O's mind in their decision making. So I mean that like one example of that, maybe 1% is the amount of effort that it takes to quit whatever behavior there is, or reduce some behavior that we don't want to have anymore. But we might be clinging to it because we feel like we're better able to turn more negatives into positives with this substance. That's just, and it might be an illusion, but if it's our illusion, then we're self-medicating. And, like Doe said, if he had to live in this world knowing what he knows, and he know a lot when he said this, but I don't know when he started to feel this, that he'd have to be drunk because of what the world has become. And he was able to see more of what the world has become, which he talked about in the UFO Missionaries Extraordinary book, when he made a statement that was in, I think, the Brad Steiger interview, which was the second interview that they gave to Hayden Hughes. Hayden, I don't think, was present that time. This time, Hayden Hughes and David Garcia, and were present for the Hayden Hughes interviews. And then Brad Steiger, I don't know who was present for that one. But I think there was somebody else. But anyway, the statement he made had to do with evolution. And not evolution, but environmentalism and evolution. And that he said that it takes hundreds of thousands of years, I think he said, or many thousands of years for the next level to work with the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom and the mineral kingdom so that some things go extinct, naturally fade out. It's natural selection kind of thing. That's where some of the Darwinian stuff might have some accuracy, and that so that humans interfering with it by trying to keep animals alive forever, even like the polar bears that are with the melting ice caps, some examples of the whales, as opposed to trying to kill them with their sonar and stuff. The next level wouldn't be in favor of that. Although it doesn't mean that those whales don't advance. And there was even a little indication from that, by Tian-Do, but not so directly with Tian-Do, but more directly in the lost books of the Bible, where it was the Gospel of Thomas or Philip or somebody else, where they said that the lion, I think it was Thomas, and we had that book in the classroom, but Tian-Do we didn't have it when T was in a vehicle. So, but Do said that he didn't say that everything in it was true. He just gave it to us to read, and he did enjoy a lot of it, or some of it. I shouldn't say how much. I don't know. He enjoyed, he thought the book was of value. Let me put it that way. I don't want to say enjoy, because he provided it in our library. So so in that they said that when the lion eats the lion becomes man. And that when the human eats the lion becomes man. So in other words, a positive is happening for that life form in any interface with someone from an evolutionary level above them. So that's how I tie these things together. Tian-Do talked about evolution through that, like a dog, if it only wanted to do what the master had taught them and felt like they were like a member of the family, then their mind of that canine potentially can enter into a human baby. And I didn't know what they were meant by that, but because they didn't talk a lot about how mind worked within the human body and the animal bodies at that time. And we didn't know at that time whether souls were, how they were different. Do would just call them a pocket or a pillowcase, but he didn't describe anything about them like he did in 1994 by calling them having a plasma-like consistency of a soul deposit that has mind in it from the next level, programs. And so I didn't know that at the time when he was talking about this. And he said that, but I realized after I left the classroom some years ago, I'm saying it as I realized it, but I could be wrong about this, because I didn't get it direct from Tian-Do, so it might be, some aspect of it might not be accurate. But the way I was thinking about it was that spirit would naturally hang around that family. And that dog, whether it's alive or not, is in that family. Okay? But if it's dead, then that spirit was trained to think of that as their family. So they would automatically influence a new baby. And the baby might grow up really liking dogs, whether they have a dog or not at the time in that family. And of course, then the family, if they're continuing on that tradition or whatever it is, that pattern, then they're probably going to have more dogs, right? And so it's going to strengthen that relationship, and that's the mind of that dog becoming human. Because the baby is now the translation of the positivity surrounding having a dog pet or a dog service. And a dog gets elementary service. Being it's not really elementary to the person that's blind. It's primary to that person, right? But to the dog, from the perspective of the human kingdom and all the options in the human kingdom, it's elementary service in the human kingdom. To just be somebody's eyes. When a human has all kinds of different characteristics that a dog doesn't have. And, and a dog even has characteristics that a human doesn't have, right? With being able to hear certain tones that a human can't hear, and in the bird kingdom, the bird species, they can see details a lot further away than humans can, and identify patterns on the earth that they can follow. That might also be electromagnetic. Now, if it's electromagnetic, then you can say, well, that can explain how people can become psychic. And I've experienced some things that are psychic. Maybe we all have. And we all probably have. Well, I think we all have. But we just don't necessarily identify it as psychic. Like, let's say, finishing somebody's sentence. Or second-guessing accurately about the way somebody was going to respond to something. That's all degrees by experience. There's experience with the way they did it. Now, with T and Do, we couldn't second-guess them. Well, I don't say couldn't. We could second-guess them, but we couldn't count on it unless they had written it down. You know what I mean? So you could second-guess that they weren't going to bring in fancy underwear for us to read. That would be attractive to one another. They weren't going to bring in thongs if they didn't think there was a value to a thong. They did give us underwear that was tight-fitting, because Do felt like if the vehicle's testicles were closer to the body, pressed up against the body, they would be less inclined to develop testosterone, or whatever it is that they develop, that would add to somebody's libido. And gradually build up to where it wants to be released. And so the person starts to feel more of an attraction to whatever it is that they're attracted to with their vehicles. In order to get rid of that force. It's actually a force. It's energy that goes into it. And not getting rid of that energy actually helps us with our common sense. Common sense meaning being able to make sense, more sense out of certain things that that we don't necessarily know that we don't have common sense about until we don't think it makes sense, and then we see from our experiences that it did make sense. And that's how we learn that we don't have ultimate common sense. But we don't necessarily attach that to our energy expenditure in sensuality. And sensuality also is involved in, raising a family. And we become sensually attached through our senses, our feelings, to our offspring and our brothers and sisters, or detached also, if we don't get along, and they treat each other badly. So, in that way, then we get accelerated, even though it's a difficult experience, we can get accelerated to recognize that our bonds become better with people that think the way we do and have the same kind of behaviors and ways. People that are peaceful, and people that don't want to impose on anybody else. People that don't want people to not have choices. Even if those choices might have some detriment to me, I wouldn't want to lose the choice to choose not to do what that person is doing that I think is a detriment to me for them to do. All right? So that's why we have to tolerate one another. I mean, if we want to truly be at peace with one another. And now, being at peace with one another doesn't mean that we agree with them. No. That's not anything to do with it. Debating and talking and going through feelings and learning to overcome our knee-jerk reactions and not say things that we regret later, and sticking to judgmentalism and about certain things because that person's never going to change, because putting anybody in a position to where they can never change in our minds is a negative. It's holding that person down potentially. Can be contributing to it, because they can pick up on thoughts that I'm no good, I'm never going to change, and say, if I'm never going to change, why even bother trying? And maybe this is the way I'm supposed to be. Maybe I'm here to test you. They can flip it that way. And in a sense, that can happen too. That the next level can even give us experiences with people that can put us to the test. Like TDNT taught, like we were putting the Christians to the test when they sent us out. They called it a test. You're going to go to the churches and ask for your needs. If you need food, ask if they can help you with food. You didn't ask for money. The instruction was ask for food, ask for gasoline, ask for lodging if you need it. Because, which they didn't actually say anything about lodging that I remember. But, and so I didn't. Some people would go to motels. Now in 1994, I knew that it meant asking anybody, not just the Christians. And I didn't know that they also intended for us to ask them if we could serve them in 1975 when we were going public. Like if they have a job for us to do, we'd love to do it. If they want us to paint something, but I learned that in 1994 when we went public, that Doe was in favor of that. And to do what they gave us to do, and to eat what they gave us to eat. And but if it wasn't prepared well, or if it was rotten or something, or if it was like some of the things that Doe didn't feel like were healthy to eat, which the only two things were mushrooms and shrimp. That I ever heard him say. I'm not saying there weren't other things. And the reason he said that is he said because humans haven't learned yet what's in them that is not good for your health of your vehicle. Now, I don't know if that means all mushrooms. I don't know if it means a certain amount of a mushroom for certain people, and I don't know that that the immune system can't take care of it. So we don't know all those things. So we can't say to somebody, hey, that's toxic, because Doe said it was, according to Sawyer. Maybe Sawyer heard it wrong. But if he got it right, then that's toxic. So why take the chance on it, right? Somebody could think. They could say to somebody. But no, you can't judge somebody else on doing it. You can tell them that Doe thought it was toxic. and that I'm staying away from it because of that. But then, what if you're in a restaurant or something and even someone took you out to eat and you find out that there's mushrooms in your food and you want to stay away from mushrooms. Well, what do? Do you send it back and say, I told you to, when you didn't tell them to hold the mushrooms? If you told them to hold the mushrooms, then you should send it back. I say should conditionally, because Doe gave us the example that when food came to them that was supposed to be served hot, and it wasn't hot because they left it on the line too long, under the lights too long, T would send it back. And I don't know that Doe didn't describe that there was any more to it than that. It's not like she, you can imagine, she would have said, make me a new one because I want it to be just as fresh as this is. I don't think that was part of it. I don't know if she did that, that would be wrong to do. I'm not saying, but they weren't persnickety about stuff. And you see the examples of Jesus where he said, you swing at a gnat, you swallow a camel. So in other words, you swing at something that's a little tiny mosquito kind of thing, right? That you can just shoo away. It's no big deal that somebody does to you. Let's say they say something to you that's a little bit insulting in your interpretation. Or maybe it is. And all of a sudden now you're gonna make that into like, you don't say that, or you take that back, or I'm gonna smack you. You know what I mean? That's a huge extreme. But that's what people are at one another's throat for. Not wearing a mask. There's people that are punching people. I saw a video of somebody that was sitting in the back seat in an Uber driver, and he got in, and the Uber driver wasn't wearing a mask, and the person reached ahead before they left the Uber car, and they opened the door, and they reached over and smacked him in the face. And said something about not wearing a mask. Not obeying is part of it. Now, I obey when I have to because I don't want to be interfered with. And I'm not saying that the masks don't do some good. And they talked about the N95 mask as being preventing 97% of the particles of that size from getting through. But what they don't tell you is that the N95 mask doesn't stop those particles from leaving the mask. And maybe they're making them now that they do, though. I don't know. But I know they have to be fitted really well. But it's kind of like a vacuum fit, because if it's not a really good fit, it can the air coming out of your body is going to take the path of also the air coming in is going to take the path of least resistance. So it's going to come around the sides and around the nose, and now I know they have nose clips for the nose, so they can get a pretty good seal, I guess. I'm not getting into a discussion about masks, but they can be more detrimental than they are good. I know that's a fact too. And so to smack somebody, you don't know whether they've got an asthmatic condition. Well, then they should be wearing an oxygen tank, right? Well, the experience is that most people don't know anybody that got sick or got sick and died or got sick and went to the hospital. I think that's probably safe to say. Now, it doesn't mean that most people haven't met somebody that tested positive. I've met somebody that tested positive and was isolated when they traveled to Utah from New York to visit a family member. They were in isolation for 2 weeks. And they hated it. But they didn't want to break the law. If you break the law in Australia, like not wear a mask when it's mandatory, or not, or socially distanced when you can be, you get a fine, and you can actually, I think, even go to jail for it. And that's not far-fetched to think couldn't happen here. Because they threatened jail to the people that didn't want to go along with the vaccine mandate in New York City and Brooklyn among the Hasidic Jewish community. They didn't want to go along with it. And so the mayor actually required that it was mandatory with a sentence of a fine and or imprisonment for a certain amount of time. They'll do it. They'll do it. There are things being done, and it's a scary world. It definitely is. But so we got to do what we can do, and if we can help people, and wearing a mask helps others, because there are people that I know that are very immune compromised, and so you don't want them to get even a tiny percentage of our germs. But to shut down everybody for those people that are immune compromised is wrong. Even though I believe the next level is knew that was going to happen and can make a positive out of it, to where people have more time to do things that are more meaningful sometimes than socializing all the time with all their spare time, and they can start to grow food, or there's all kinds of things that people are doing that are benefiting from that, and the difficulty of even and the embarrassment of standing on a food line doesn't hurt. I'm not saying I would impose that on anybody. No, that's not the way the next level would think. But making a positive out of it can be had over every circumstance, because there's no reason to feel ashamed at receiving food in a food line. I don't believe. I don't think T&O would. And also asking for help from the government. There's no reason to be embarrassed about that. It's not a reflection on the person. It's a reflection on their circumstance. And in this society, they should give everybody as much food as they can handle, and as much rent forgiveness as they can, as they could do. Doesn't matter what numbers they generate over there in those banks. They just push the numbers on the keyboard. They're not justifying everything with gold anymore. It's fabricated. It's a hologram. The whole financial system is a holographic system. Manipulated like crazy. That's why the whole thing's corrupt. That's why you can't fix it. A president's not going to fix it. They're just going to tell you what you want to hear until they get into office, and then they put things into motion that they've convinced a bunch of people to believe in, because people are starving for something to believe in that's true. And they can get then caught in thinking that this is it. I'm going to become an environmental person, and I'm going to tell people how it's evil to burn carbon fuels, because we now have ways of you taking mass transit. So for you to drive your car to work is not right. And it's going to be outlawed. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but this is the way that it goes into the society. And I have heard that talked about as maybe part of Agenda 21. Not 201, the Agenda 21, I believe it was. To where they're trying to herd people into the cities. Well, isn't that interesting? Because then they can more easily give them rapid transit. And they can also keep people from spreading things by isolating them more easily, instead of going door to door where it's hard to control people. You go to some of these farms, ranches and farms, and even rural communities, and where hunting is primarily their life. Then there's going to be people that contact tracers are going to try to go to that they're going to get shot if they try to, like they do in Australia, where they actually take the kids away from people so that the kids don't get infected when the kids were with those people for who knows how long before that person was tested for COVID and was identified as someone that's positive for COVID. This is very draconian. The next level wouldn't do things this way. But since it's being done this way, the next level can make a positive out of it. Because a lot of times what happens is people start telling other people about what they're dealing with. And so all these groups form of like-minded people that want to work against this draconian movement. And it's not an accident that it's called draconian. Because, what Lucifer is known for the most, and the other associates that separated from the next level and continue to separate until they didn't recognize the next level's reality anymore, and think of them as just another space race, and like themselves, and so who they believe in as the gods, some of them, and that they're working for them as ambassadors and things. I start to forget where I was going back to. But well, the draconian thing, I wanted to get into that a little bit, because it talked about how in the Agenda 21, I don't know if I got this right. I tried to express it last live stream. Let me see if I can try to express it more the way I believe it works, which made sense to me. It was a decent explanation for how it might work. And that is why people would be attracted to Lucifer and becoming a Satanist and justifying exploitation of children. Like people like Epstein probably did. I don't doubt that was happening. and maybe a lot of people, and they just have evidence of somebody that's a big Wall Street tycoon, billionaire, that he was giving millions to Epstein. Who knows what? It might be a cover-up, a front. And they might, like I said before, to me, it was getting dirt on people was the way to keep them loyal. But when you build a den of thieves, then or deceit, it is a tangled web that you weave, and like Jesus said, in that day, all things will be revealed. Which I said before. I forgot I still had that on the screen there. That scriptural thing, but because I should get back to the revealing thing that I was talking about before, but I got way off of. But the revealing is still happening. So all these things that Jesus taught are all still in effect, and as people separate from the human kingdom. Let me go back to the chat room though before I go to the back to that scripture. If you're not still here, Welsh Dragon, I'm sorry, but I'm going to read what you said and see if maybe you respond to it. But wow, because you've said a lot of things, and even before you, so I've got to go above where you are. Right now, I'm reading Heaven's Gate, a memorial. And I think my brain was putting certain imagery in my mind. Okay. Okay, yeah, I got to go above that. Yes, they were holding hands. Okay, thank you for that. And they were physically rising up. Okay, great. I didn't necessarily interpret it as being a rapture event, more of just a group of people levitating. Oh, that's right, you said levitating. That's right. I remember that. And they got the people that were students of Elizabeth Clare Prophet and her husband. If I remember correctly, from a documentary that I saw about some of the things they were doing, one of them was that they would have these sessions of levitation. They would sit in a kind of a lotus position. I don't think it was actually a lotus, but a square-legged, cross-legged position on the floor, and I didn't know any more about that. But then I found out that from somebody who had known what they were doing was that they were bouncing on the floor by making their legs like wings, so to speak, and like pushing themselves up to lift above the ground. And so that was their form of what they were calling levitation experiment, or whatever they were doing, whatever they called it. That just reminded me of that. So then, oh, you didn't think they were in a circle? You didn't think you mentioned that? Well, that's the picture I got. Okay, so thanks for that clarity. Maybe, see then Welsh Dragon says levitation might mean a higher level. Right, exactly. I never said that to Kathy, Southwestern, in the 2 times that I commented to that experience that she told me about. And and what I was saying about that earlier in this live stream was that the next level could have even allowed the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls to stimulate that by sending her the thoughts that describe those circumstances. Which Doe said that they were beaming down to us and that they were especially interested in anybody that was paying attention to T and Doe's information. But that they regulate those individuals. Those individuals can't take us over. We don't have to be afraid of that. But if we put too much interpretation on that I mean, we can say, you know, people can say, well, I received a vision from the next level. And so maybe we should all sit in circles, hold hands, and try to meditate. And try to meditate on levitating. Maybe the next level will raise us up. Now T and Do didn't teach us to do anything like that. They did teach meditation, though. And the meditation, one of the meditations that they taught that I use the most is imagining the light coming from the next level, coming into our heads through our physical vehicles and healing all the cells of the body as it's going through the body, as you envision it going through the body. And so when I would do that, I would not get very far in the classroom. When I do it now, since I don't want to get too far, because a lot of times I use it to change aches and pains. In fact, I should try to use it on this one ache and pain I have that's repeatedly happening. But it might be because of a dietary thing. But yeah, I should use it for anything. And also, it's also healing for our minds. Well, let's say we've got a doubt about something that T and Do taught, and we want to hope, we want to think that, you know, we identify with some of the things that they've said, and this one is hard for us. So so we want to try to, we're willing to grow into seeing it. And I believe that it is growing into it. Where somebody else would say that you're just saying that to get you to, you know, get brainwashed into what T and Do said. And I understand that point of view. But see, I don't gain anything from it. My ego doesn't get bigger. It doesn't matter how many people subscribe to this channel. I'm still not charging money. I'm still not selling advertising. You know, I'm still not sending you to buy my book. I still give away my book. I still give away all the Heaven's Gate information that I have. And so, you know, I mean, because you don't know that I don't have money stashed away somewhere. I'm selling it somewhere that you don't know about. But, you know, you would think after 15 years of doing this that that's a pretty decent track history. And that there is no inner circle of people that believe in T and Do that told me they believe in T and Do. That, you know, I say on the side that I've got some kind of a suicide pact with. I don't, of course. That would be ridiculous because I don't even believe in suicide. It's right for us now. What's right for us now, if we want to be a servant of the next level, is to treat humans humanitarianly. Like humanitarians. The way we want to be treated, which Jesus taught, which Do said, was the best you could do in your behavior when the older member is not here, in regards to interacting with other humans. But in terms of your own behavior, the best you can do is to try to live by the teachings in the Heaven's Gate book, in the major offense list, lesser offense list, for anybody that's new to this live stream in the last few minutes, and the 17 steps. And I keep on repeating that because, I don't want things to be able to be taken out of context or getting a misunderstanding from if somebody joins me, at the moment. And I can only do so much of that before it becomes crazy. So I went down that thread through that door that kept on leading to other doors. Yeah, working for TDNT by standing up for them, and there's still times to stand up for them. There's articles coming out. There's music groups that are posting videos that are depicting, Doe as the devil, and in animation form, and if you don't believe he is, and you see that, if you can leave a comment, I suggest leaving a comment. Leave it in an account that somebody's not going to be able to find out where you live because of. That's just common sense to allow ourselves to work as long as we can to learn lessons and to work for TDNT to help other people find their minds, because there's so many people that are confused and don't know they're confused, but are stressing out, freaking out, losing their jobs, losing their livelihoods. It's like, narcotic use is way up. Deaths from overdoses, I meant to say. And I assume then, all kinds of substances are up. And that means that there's going to be more domestic squabbles. I know somebody whose partner is alcoholic. And, and they can get along for a long time, and then all of a sudden the person lashes out at them to where the person feels like he has to leave. And so he leaves. He doesn't know what to do about it. I was just thinking about them. So anyway, we'll go back to the chat room, even though I probably didn't do justice to that last communication from Kathy Southwestern, but or Welsh Dragon. So Kathy Southwestern says, right now I'm reading Heaven's Gate, a memorial, and I think my brain was putting certain imagery in my mind. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Heaven's Gate, a memorial. That's from Deb, right? Deb Simpson. The sister of the individual is known as Gabby. Gabby had joined the group in 1994. Oh, no, you're talking about the one from, I forgot his name now. But I communicated a lot with him. he sent me his book to look over and comment to, and I offered him a bunch of comments. I don't know if he put any into motion because I didn't. I don't think he. I don't have a book. I don't have the book. But maybe I did read it on an ebook, maybe. Anyway, so he's a lot of people are feeling positive. Like I remember he told me that at least I remember that I think he told me that he wasn't so tuned into Tiendo and the teachings. Didn't think, I don't know. Well, at the time, this was years ago, many years ago. What he was attracted to was the students, and he felt a lot about them, a lot of positivity from them. And sure, that's to me that's positive. That's a positive thing, a positive direction, because all those students believed in Tiendo. They weren't casual believers. They went through an accelerated classroom, except for a devotee. But for devotee, maybe that's the lesson that she needed. Being willing to leave by that method, by whatever method though designed or provided. Which was an option. Of course it was an option. That's why Rio left 2 weeks before. That's the evidence that they weren't so brainwashed after all. But Rio never did believe in some of the core characteristics of Tiendo's task. Like he didn't believe that Do was the return of Jesus, and he didn't believe that he didn't ever intend to lay down his vehicle's life. But he wanted to stay towards the end of that. But now I don't know if he came to that understanding years after he was part of, and even after he talked with people. Like People Magazine and stuff. Because if it was like me, there's a whole bunch of things that were taught that he didn't even realize didn't make sense to him. Like there were some things that didn't make sense to me at first. But I came to understand them. That's what happens. That's the process of growth. So I'm not faulting him for not believing those things. That just was some of the things that his vehicle would have been taken, his mind and vehicle needed to be overruled about by continuing on with seeking to be of service to and to make changes and try to stick to those changes and recover from any failures quickly as possible and experience the growth from that and ask for help is part of that. If we don't ask for help, we might not get it. Or we might not get it in the same way. And we might get it in a way that's harder. Because even asking for help can be hard to do. From the next level, and especially from Tiendo. Because our programming in our vehicles doesn't, it takes time for that program to be there to where that's, okay, I can I can see it. I can do that. I'm going to try that. I'm not going to be so afraid of that. It doesn't really matter in one sense, because if somebody is curious about TDNT, they've already taken an interest in that person. And they know what that person is dealing with. And so they're going to try to help that person get over the things that they're dealing with. Even specifically. Let's say they're dealing with not making any money and have a family to take care of. The next level can see that, and they can give that person ideas. Those ideas might come through other humans or in news media or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean that the next level stimulated them to go to you to give you that. It doesn't mean that at all. I mean, sometimes it does, like with close friends that are making an intervention. And anyway, so I believe that experience that Kathy Southwestern had can be seen in a number of ways that can all have their degrees of accuracy in them, and you take out of it what that there are people that are joining together in support of believing in TDNT, or seeking the most good, the highest good they can find, the source of goodness, the highest goodness they can imagine in the universe, from the creators, from the God, from whatever we think of as the name for those beings, Allah or Jehovah or Elohim or Hind or Krishna or Vishnu or Muhammad, which I know a lot of Muslim people. I don't think they're praying to Muhammad. I don't think that would be the path to take. I think they pray to Allah. So that's going to the Father. When when Christians pray to Jesus, I'm not saying that they don't ever, the next level doesn't ever see that and try to help them recognize that there's more to what Jesus was trying to teach that they could pay attention to and go up a grade in school or even graduate. Wow, I was just thinking about that. I had the side thought that those teaching in the Inverness tapes or was the Portland tape or the Denver tape in 1994 that are all posted on these live streams. You can look from that date or look at it from I think, yeah, if you see, look, if you search the descriptions for 1994, I think you'll come up with them. If you want to see them here, or I can send them to you, by writing to me in my Yahoo account, SawyerHG at yahoo.com. But starting to get tired. I can tell my eyesight starts to. It's harder to read, because it's a little bit far away from me. Maybe I should make it so that my head is bigger, but I'm not good looking anyway, so I don't make a lot of facial expressions. That's kind of the way I am. Doe actually told me to work on that a little bit. Just be a little bit more expressive. When one of my partners said that they didn't know whether I was angry with them half the time. That was Song Odie who said that to Doe. She wrote it in a note to Doe, and Doe came to me in person. She wasn't around when he said it. He told me that she had been dealing with that, and that I don't think I ever said anything to her, but maybe I did. I would have hoped I did. Telling her that I'll work on it, and to keep on tell me when the right thing to do, which I don't remember if I did or not, but one of the most right things to do, because it can be degrees of right things to do, but would be to go to Song Odie and say, if you see anything about me that doesn't seem to be like the countenance that we've been taught, that bring it to my attention. And that we were given instruction to do that with our partners frequently, and sometimes they had to remind us. I mean, it was sometimes months in between them reminding us to do that, because we slipped into not doing it anymore. What would happen is you'd get comfortable with your partner, a certain level of bringing things to their attention, that you could see that they were open to it. But then you would have experiences where they were defensive and it just had this bad vibe, and so you didn't want to experience that anymore. So now some people didn't mind experiencing that because they weren't of that. They had the other side of the coin to overcome, and that is, telling people that they're doing something wrong to help them, but because you recognize it and you come up with that vibration of, you need to fix this, instead of, sympathizing with them in a sense. And, either way, it can be a positive for the person that's receiving it. But it becomes harder to take for some people. And the way for a partner to respond to somebody who's overbearing like that is to, at another time, bring up to them that you appreciated them bringing up to their, this up to you, but you had a hard time receiving it because they were so firm about it, and even though they said I could be wrong, but maybe your facial expressions are acting like you're angry all the time, and we have instructions to try to have a pleasant countenance. That was our instruction. And, and try to have a pleasant countenance when you're angry with somebody. It's not easy. So, that would be something to overcome. So then you become the people like in England, right? Where they say, here, then they don't do any fighting. They just talk, to each other in groups. A little bit of that happens in the United States too, but not the same kind of way. Not quite as trim and proper, even though that's that's when you're doing it for your older member, because it's behavior of a member of the next level to do that, and therefore it's a requirement to try to learn to do it, then every little inch you make on that is positive towards your conquering your vehicle, taking control of this horse that we all ride. And we choose to regulate the horse in some ways, and other ways we don't. And it doesn't mean that the ways of not regulating the horse are bad. Sometimes it's good to give your horse a sugar cube that isn't in your diet to get them to cooperate. And some of the sugar cubes that we got desserts that were literally sugar cubes, with sweet desserts. We got going to the movies, or going to the zoo, or going to a museum, or going to NASA in Houston, or going to the opera one time. All these things, we didn't do that often. Very little. Movies we had a lot. But not from the beginning. For the first 3 or 4 years, we didn't have any videos, and we went to the movies only 2 or 3 times to see E.T. Well, to see first it was Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which we were living outdoors when TDNT instigated an outing. They might have included getting something to eat somewhere. Anyway, we all drove to it. Of course, at that time, for those years, they were paying for everything. Because some of the students brought in a sizable amount of money. And so helped them to keep the classroom going for years. And buying all the food and everything. Gasoline and sleeping bags if we needed them, and Coleman stoves, which we had a Coleman stove in every tent. Every tent you could stand in the middle of it for the average. For the tall Odie couldn't stand in the middle of those tents. Or a low Odie, or dance Odie. They were all like 6'5" or more. But right around there, 6'4", 5, 6. The 3 of them. Dan Sodi wasn't among the 38. He left his vehicle. Possibly through an HIV infection. Anyway, I knew him when he was going through that. So, but I didn't live with him. I lived at a distance. He was living in Arizona. I was living in New York, and then Vermont, and then he moved to Florida, where he was in the hospital. I ended up talking with him. And I think he wanted me to come visit him, but I had a baby. I had a baby and a job. I couldn't leave that. So I tried to help him on the phone a couple times, but he was very confused about T&O experience at that time, and I think he went back to the next level, and that soul that was trying to take over that vehicle will be brought back for a future overcoming opportunity, which T&O said right from the beginning. They felt like all the souls, she said, all the souls that came were going back. So that means if you were in the first and or the second trimester during the Moses and the Jesus experience, then that soul was going back even if it failed to take over the vehicle. And that jives with other things they said, like that are on tape, like in the Black Hawk tapes, where they said that Lucifer was given many times to overcome, but he was a dropout because he didn't want to go along with the instruction of not interfering with the way the humans were growing on the planet that he was given the task to observe elementary service to, the next level. Having a primitive spacecraft compared to the other spacecraft the next level has. Which Doe talked about most of that in the Black Hawk tapes that are on this blog and not blog, on this live stream account. Okay, let's see. I'll go back to the chat room. Oh, Kathy Southwestern says the book is one guy's dream, basically, of what happened once the class left. Oh, is that right? It was his dream? Okay, I didn't remember it that way. Yeah, Gary Beck, right. That's right. What would T and Doe say about pollution and how that contributes to extinction of the species? Well, when we went on a cleansing diet after T left her vehicle, because Doe said that she didn't need that experience, and we had a company that was called, a little tiny company, that was called Alert, which stood for, well, actually, it wasn't just a company. We just sold off the excess organic foods that we bought in a market in San Diego. And so well, that was evidence of their paying attention to pesticide residuals in foods. And we tried all kinds of different diets, and Doe taught that that the food supply has been very compromised. So it no longer holds all the mineral content and other content that that they once had. So that you need supplements in order to get the nutrition that the body needs in order to maintain a healthy immune system, to ward off disease and even help us with our energy so that we're not depleted. You know, one of the symptoms of what they called CFS or something. And a lot of things, Lyme disease and a number of different diseases and disorders, which I've experienced myself firsthand, are sluggishness and not being motivated. And depression is like that too. Not being able to want to even get out of bed because it's like, what's the use? You know, I mean, the negative thinking goes with can work hand in hand with the body's chemistry. So they've got a lot to say about the pollution on the planet, but that doesn't mean that those things can't be overcome while we're in the human kingdom, and like through a cleansing diet. And that's where the transfiguration diet comes into play. And I've done talked a lot about that in these live streams. And if you want to know more about that, I would ask that you write me to sawyerhg.wordpress.com. You can go on that blog and you can search for Transfiguration Diet, and you'll come up with one post that shows pictures from the book that we made while we were in the classroom in the late 80s, 1980s, and then but it's not a complete history of all of the things that we did, but it does have some things about it in there, and that's a transcription of some of the points in that book, Transfiguration Diet. I just haven't typed the whole thing in yet. But it is available. If you really want to know, I shouldn't have said it that way. I don't mean to sound like controversial or contentious about it. As if you really don't want to know. If you just you saying this to accuse me of something, which I do get that. So I'm sorry. That's the way I said that, because I have those responses that my vehicle is defensive about. But so I apologize for that tone of voice. It doesn't reflect how I really feel. People can think that, since I'm talking about that subject of having things that that we're embarrassed about or we're disappointed about ourselves saying a certain way to somebody, that owning up to it as fast as possible is the best thing to do. And then if that takes a while, it takes a while, but it doesn't have to take a while. We can own up to it very quickly and make the correction, because the object of being a student in next level membership is to want people's criticism, if it happens to be criticism, which this isn't the case right now, but I'm using that as an opportunity to talk about the way I came across, in my opinion, with a critical tone. So we can make correction. So the next time I talk about that, maybe I'll slow down, or I'll sense, hopefully I'll sense that I'm a little sarcastic. That's the way it comes across too, which was one of the things in those 3 things that T gave me that said it would keep me off the spacecraft that I did with people. She didn't say that I did that with classmates, but I did it with people that weren't classmates. And that stems from being a cook and and trying to correct the head cook on the line when he would be yelling, 4-letter words and telling the waiters and waitresses that they got it wrong and they were whatever, they were stop trying to rush him, and even though sometimes he was probably going too slow, but whatever, he was having a bad night and whatever it was. And so I would say to him a time or two, I said to him, you don't have to talk to them that way or something like that. And so yes, I had a good intention that I was kind of sticking up for them, because I guess I felt embarrassed about it, because I was the cook behind the, I was also there. But because I did that a number of times to people, I almost got fired from one job because of that. And it wasn't my task to offer people in the human kingdom that weren't in the classroom to get out of the human kingdom help. Doesn't mean it was, it would be wrong to say something to somebody, but probably the better thing to do would have been for me to write a note to TDNT and say, is there anything I can do for this person? And they might say, I don't think so, but maybe you should get a different job, because we don't want you to be subject to that. And so that would stimulate. And TDNT did do that with people when they were having problems with their out-of-craft task. I've eaten too much mucus, I think. I had this little a quarter of a piece of tiramisu tonight. So, there's a lot to say about this, because we were on cleansing diets all the time, which the object was to get rid of the toxins from the pollution. And they also said that they felt like it was the class and the next level presence, their own presence, but the class in particular that were quitting smoking, that were stimulating those thoughts to go out to the human kingdom in the 70s and thereafter, that helped a bunch of people quit smoking tobacco or reduce it, or whatever it is they improved upon in their minds about that. So because the next level does that, that's one of the tasks that they said that the students have. And when I say students, I'm talking about the souls that were returning to take the vehicles like my own, and which I don't know where that soul is now. Because the new vehicles are also given souls. They're a different type of soul. So I could be a first-time soul in this vehicle. Even though I had experience working with a returnee soul, which I believe was the case. I have a number of reasons for saying that. Even though TDNT taught that it was possible, they felt like it was possible that there were one or more humans in the classroom. In other words, people that didn't receive that deposit, which that deposit can be given to a human just for having curiosity about Tiendo. But then it becomes up to that person to grow that curiosity. Wow, it's so let me think if there's anything else. They never talked about it in terms of extinction of the human kingdom. In fact, I believe they believed that the earth could handle. Well, what they said was that even though they were destroying the food supply and the air supply and the water supply in a lot of ways, which Doe did say that because of the problems with the water on Long Island, where I grew up, I ended up having a lot of tooth problems from a young age. He didn't know about my history. He just knew about all the teeth that I had to have pulled out because I was in so much pain because of that. That when I joined, I had problems. Years right since I was a kid. I joined when I was 24. So, and the people on Long Island were taught that it was the best water in the world. My mother told me that a number of times, even after I went back to Long Island to live with my vehicle's mother for a short time, which I couldn't stand to live very long because I shouldn't say that about her because she's passed away. It's not like she was a bad person. She wasn't a bad person at all. She was a good person. She had her issues, though, of course, and like everybody does. And one of them was that she didn't want me to date a black person. And when she said that, I knew that I couldn't stay there very long beyond that. And that was good because there was other reasons why I needed to break away again. And I did actually. It was painful for me to leave my mother's house where my vehicle grew up. After my mother went through, the years, almost 10 years, not even hearing from me. So I was sensitive to that, and she didn't have a lot of animosity about me on that score, and neither did my vehicle sister or brother. I mean, maybe she had subconscious animosity, but when I visited her in 1985 and 1986, 7, around there, she was just, elated to, see me, and we had a very excellent visit. And but even from a short weekend visit, I could see that it wouldn't take long before the newness of that wore off, and I wouldn't be able to get along with them that well because of restrictions they were going to put on me. Because a lot of times parents, especially older parents from previous generations, long ago, they believed that they own their kids. I mean, they don't think of it that way necessarily, but they believe that the kids are the possession, and they're always going to be your kids, and so you're always going to be wiser than them. That's the way a lot of people were raised to think, and there was nothing wrong with that in a sense, because that's like the honor of your father and your mother. Part of the, because the next level wanted people to look up to their people that had more experience, because then that would serve them when an older member came and they recognized that this person has more experience, and they don't even need to say that much. They could have even just said, follow me, like Jesus did. Because there were returning souls that were taking vehicles then too. A lot of those souls got planted, deposited, actually is the word that TDNT used, even though they did recognize that it was a planting, because they did refer to us as plants, all of our vehicles. It was the plan to, they were deposited when they were in the first trimester, and they're brought back to take over vehicles in the second trimester. And then some deposits were made to some human vehicles in that second trimester for the first time. I believe that. And that would show that there were two different ages of souls that are back now. And that would kind of match with Revelation 14, talking about the two different harvests. And the second harvest is a great deal of bloodshed to the bridles of the horses. So in other words, it's just saying it's a lot. They're not saying that it will be literally that much. Because the next level is going to reap the fruit, being the souls and spirits that they want to save for a future opportunity. Because they know that the vehicles were designed to be temporary, and that dying actually accelerates that person. But well, depends on what. They're accelerated more by standing up for TDNT. Is a bigger acceleration of growth, but I can't pretend to know all the different ways that people die, what their state of their frame of mind is, and whether the next level would see that as a sign of growth for them. I mean, no, not a sign of growth for them. That's not the right way to say it. The way that Doe said it in the USA Today article, information article, was that the people that even become victims of the way humans act, that are abiding by the direction of the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, that they don't know that they are abiding by, or they might know that they are abiding by, is to tell them to get away. I mean, I got distracted again. Oh, brother. Sorry, folks. This happens with me all the time, and especially when I'm tired. I know I probably put people to sleep all the time, because I'm sure I'm kind of like a monotone. Especially the more I get tired. But USA Today ad talked about, information ad, talked about the people that die because of the weeds taking over the planet and rendering it an environment that can no longer be healthful to both the vehicles and the minds, because they become poisonous to the minds by their lack of belief and trust and faith in the creators that created all this, and that they get accelerated by being those victims to their next best place because of what they believed before they died. Now, that acceleration to what they believed doesn't necessarily mean it's accelerating towards future next level membership, unless when it comes up to that point, when they're brought back, or when that spirit develops in a new human vehicle, when they're faced with the genetic code responding with some of the same behaviors that their parents had, and they look at it, or let's say it's drug addiction, and they look at it and they see people, that they know really getting into drugs, and they look at it and they say, you know what, I'm not even interested in that. Or they try it and they think, well, I'll try this one, or I'll try that one. And they might even be on it for a while, But then they get to a point to where, you know what, that's really not doing anything for me enough anymore. And they quit. And maybe it's easy to quit at that point. I mean, it's easier to quit when you go cold turkey on a lot of things. But it doesn't mean it can't be done other ways. But that the recycling of the earth will take care of all that, all the pollution that the humans are making. They're going to have volcanoes going off under the sea, under wherever they are. They're going to have earthquakes churning away underground and on the surface. They're going to have a certain amount of flooding, waves roaring on the coasts, taking over some of the coastline, potentially. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I think those are all the indications, the biggest indications of what we're going to experience, or also objects falling from the heavens that can be even as large as 90 pounds in weight. We can be rained on. You can rain a city with 90-pound weights on it. And, how much would some of the structures stand up to that? I think they would go right through roofs of houses, especially if they're at high speed. That would be like bullets, bombs. They would create explosions. And that's the last thing that they say happens in the book of Revelation. And I'm not saying that's accurate, because John didn't get everything right according to Doe. And he used the reference of the 1,000 years that Lucifer was locked up. He feels like they didn't get that right, that had happened already. But he didn't say anything else that they didn't get right. But I've seen a lot of things that they're obviously not correct in translations. And also, like the word green is chlorellus, something like that. Like related to chlorella, which is, chlorophyll. It has to do with greenness. It's a primary word for green. And yet it's translated as pale in Revelation 6:8. And the word beast has two different words in the Greek that translate to beast. One is zoon, and one is therion. And therion refers to a poisonous animal, where a zoon refers to a living being that could also be a human. And a living being that could also be a human would be an older member of the next level, or an elder student of the next level who's maybe applying for archangel job on their way up to becoming on the throne with a a father or a Jehovah or a Elohim kind of job. So I'll go to Kathy Southwestern in the chat room. The author is Gary Beck. Right, I read that before. Thank you for that. Welsh Dragon says, whenever we meditate, ponder, and work out the understanding of a concept, we often interpret with our mind's eye the subject of study. So you were having revelation concerning it due to your meditation. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's pulling on the truth. Whenever you're studying something, you want to know what's real about it. You don't want to study something that, unless you're studying some kind of a joke thing or how to be deceitful. If you're studying that, but even that you want to be good at it, and so you study all the different ways of saying things and coming across so you can trick people. But the same thing happens, I think, with everything, right? And I'm just using that as an example of when T said when you're seeking the truth, that seeking goes to where they are in the next level on their spacecrafts in their laboratories. And she said if anything would get us killed, that would get us killed for saying that. And she said that, I believe, in 1974. And Welsh Dragon says choice is important to growth. Yes, exactly. Right. That's why TDNT said that they weren't in favor or against abortion. Somebody pointed out to me that the Democrats making a big stink over the Roe versus Wade might be a moot point because there's all kinds of information available to anybody who seeks it out of how you can create a miscarriage using a bunch of different herbs. And yes, you might get sick depending on when that happens. You might end up throwing up and because the person told me about the study that was done with a bunch of women that were taking these herbs and things. That black cohosh was part of it, and different herbs and things. And I know there's herbs to doing all kinds of things, even to make you throw up. And I forgot the name of it, but most of the pharmaceuticals come from the herbs and the animal products. And the oil from oil products as well. And from literal petroleum, some grades of it, I guess. I don't know if they get the minerals from that. Straining out the gnat and gulping down the camel. Yeah, that's another way of saying it, I guess. Swallowing the camel, right? Gulping down the camel. And that picture of swallowing the camel, that means you're actually you're really embracing that. that point of view. You're swallowing it hook, line, and sinker. Violence is not the answer, says Welsh Dragon. And yes, there's no violence in T&Do's classroom, and there's no violence in any of their actions of anybody that wants to be a student. Should deplore violence and stay away from it as much as you can. But if somebody is involved in something that's violent, well, ask the next level to help you deal with it. And and that might be to to take physical action against somebody, but I don't think that somebody would be faced with having to kill somebody if they are to stop them from doing something else. I don't believe T&Do were in favor of the death penalty. And they said that there was different ways of handling a violent person. You didn't need to do it with a gun. And they said that weapons designed for killing humans with are not in the mind of the next level members. They would never do that. Didn't mean that those weapons, that there couldn't be weapons or whatever you want to call them. Maybe tasers are okay in the next level's mind if they learn how to use them to where, some people, they have to be, they have to get a real big shock before they stop attacking somebody. But, and other people are very sensitive. So that's the people that are very sensitive are the ones that need to guard their health the most. Not the most really, but because everybody, I think, would benefit from working. There's no shoulds, but would benefit by working on experiencing a cleansing diet, whether it's just a 3-day juice fast on apple juice or, followed by a vegan kind of diet, without any grains. That's the transfiguration diet. No cooked grains unless they're slow cooked. So they're kept from killing the enzymes. There's a lot to say about health and pollution, but that there's nothing wrong with using the elements on the planet. Even if they get used for bad, that's part of the choices. And they want people to have the free will to choose next level ways or lower forces ways. Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel ways. Discarnate, deceased humans, their ways. As they influence us through life. Because they're all in the discarnate world and they all have access to humans. Brains. And they kind of travel with families. Mostly. But people that set up new families, people that think the way they do, then they would travel in those circles as well. Then Welsh Dragon says, straining out the gnat, and I read that already. Wow, there's so much here. I want to get through this. I've got to start cutting them a little shorter. Welsh Dragon says, angel of light. Lucifer makes his people look like ministers of light. That's right. 1 Corinthians 11, 14, 16. I'll have to look at that, but I'm not going to look at it right now. But that's true. He's making all the ministers. Well, not all the ministers. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's not a combination for each person. It doesn't mean that because they're a minister in a religion that they're run by Lucifers. No, we can't determine that. If their behavior is Luciferian, then they're guilty of that. And so if they're abusing somebody, they're definitely guilty of that. If they're, leading a young person to have some kind of sex act with them, because the child has, was aware of it and wanted to do it, that child is still immature and shouldn't be taken advantage of by an adult or even another child. That's would be rape, right? So that all needs to be overcome, and it'd be great if the society was void of that. But the people that are embracing that as something they're justifying are like in rebellion against the religionists that would teach that would be wrong, and see through the religions a lot of times as being inaccurate, not scientific, when the true religions would be belief in the science of mind and body. Well, the most, the people that are seeing both mind and body as scientific are going to be the ones that are growing the fastest. Because then they're going to start to recognize that, okay, so then this idea of spirits, maybe that's real, right? And so I'm going to look at that a little more, and I'm going to, kind of put that to some tests in my mind. And if they do that, they're going to find out that makes a lot of sense to a lot of things that humans experience. Okay, let me move on in the chat room. Morning Sawyer, this is Achaea Jewel, sending my love. Another very wet morning in the UK. England is under complete control from the dark side. We are under a so-called 3-tier restriction. No more freedoms. Ah, wow. Wow, that is so... That is such bad news, but, can you leave? If you can leave, get out of there. I don't think it's going to get better. In the United States, it's not going to necessarily be better either. I'm not saying there's any place that is going to be better for very long. Or try to figure out how to live with it and ask T&O for help and try to, find the other people that are not brainwashed and try to help them recognize that this is all being done for a reason. This is being allowed to happen for a reason. If the humans weren't going to escalate it, the next level would do something that would be the equivalent. Because they want to put people to the test. They don't want life to go on as it was before, which people were ignoring the next level, or teaching the things that the Christians teaching what Moses wrote instead of what Jesus said, except for a few things that Jesus said that they can generalize enough, or teaching that it's meant to be general, meant to be spiritual, not meant to be actually done. To become a Christ, somebody has to become a Christ. You don't go through the overcoming process without overcoming the world. So Kathy Southwestern says, dough as the devil? Yes, that's right, Kathy. You're referring to, I mentioned that there's a music group called Testament, and there's some of their postings on the Heaven's Gate Facebook page that's associated with my page. That's not that I have judgment. I have some management over it, but I didn't create it, and so I'm just leaving it. Somebody from India created it. And it's tailored to be like, related to what TDNT taught. But there's people on there that are Christians in India and I think South America somewhere, and that are making posts. But anybody can post there. So anyway, you can see how Doe was being portrayed as a devil in this music video. Which is, not a pleasant thought. I mean, it's not. I mean, that's stupid to say that. There's not any truth to it, of course. But we have the opportunity to prove that to people if they're willing to entertain it for a little bit. So, if it takes amassing a document or something that, gives you all the indications of it not being true, then, it'd be great, if you want to send it to me, that you get from those words, if you put anything together. I'm not saying to do that, but I know we want to keep things in context as much as possible too. So, but I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there, whatever it's worth. Doe as the devil. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Kathy Southwestern says, yes, it is to me too. Welsh Dragon says, Muslims pray to Allah, Arabic or for God, and Christians are supposed to pray not Jesus, but in his name. Yeah, they're supposed to pray to the Father, right? But yeah, they can ask for help for other people in his name. And his name is his identity, is that vehicle named Jesus. But over time, when we lose sight of when Jesus is gone, that's when the lower forces start to creep in, and all of a sudden Jesus starts to take a different shape and form, so that Jesus gets to be used so many times, that name, that it becomes like next to meaningless. And hopefully the people that were trying to talk directly to Jesus, they had a personal relationship with him. Well, they met him. They saw him talking, someplace, whatever it was. And that's the degree, that's not even, you have to actually be living in the campground with him. or in the house with him, or seeing him a lot before you would be considered to have had a personal relationship. And so there's more standards. There's standards for people that have a personal relationship, and then there's standards for people that never had a personal relationship in this life or another life. And considering that most people that are attracted to this information probably are the vehicles with the soul deposits that are open to these teachings and therefore open to TDNT and therefore are growing with their souls as well as their memories being established for the vehicle. I don't know if I... anyway, so Kathy Southwestern says, I'm driving Chicago right now, and whenever I drive, I frequently think about the class members back in the first couple of years, or I don't know how long when you guys were driving around city to city and spreading TDNT's message. Well, it was 1994. It was September when we stopped doing that. I think early September or late August. I think it was early September. That's the way I remember it. But it wasn't, I don't know if it was like September 11th. I don't know. It was definitely, it was different for different groups. So I wouldn't zero in on one date. And it was 1975-76 that happened the first time. And then there were other ways through the internet, and then the Heaven's Gate book in 1996 that they've been seeking to communicate through. On the road again. Okay, Kathy Southwestern. Have a good drive. Ishmael Depley Tools. Sounds fun. Going to Chicago, right? I'm not saying that sarcastically. I mean, but that's what you're referring to. I put a little thing on it. And that's totally subconscious that, I don't think of actually Chicago as a fun place to go anymore. Not that I ever really did. I've been to Chicago a number of times after leaving, both before and after leaving the classroom. And it was okay, I did some busking and stuff, and nobody seemed to pay much attention to me. Not that I would expect anybody to pay attention to me, but if I'm playing on the street, blowing a flute, sometimes I draw attention to myself. And if it's doing a decent job, I get more attention to myself. So sometimes it does stimulate conversations. It has in every place I've been. Well, not every place. Welsh Dragon says, I have to go and hit the hay, guys. Hope to catch you all soon. Yeah, I know that feeling. I got to do the same thing. We're in the same time zone. And Welsh Dragon says, drive safe, Kathy Southwestern. Ishmael says, did TDNT rest ever seventh day? No, we didn't follow that kind of a Sabbath. We were attentive to the new moons and full moons, but not in any symbolic way. just by knowing that TDNT said that what the new moon promises, the full moon fulfills, was a saying that I got from her. I'm not saying she's the first one who said that. And we did a little fasting though, which a lot of the holidays are. They're fast times, some of them. And we did quite a bit of that in the 1990s on Burroughs Cleanser, which was lemonade. It was made out of an ounce of lemon juice and an ounce of maple syrup by volume measurement, and 8 ounces of water to a drink, and then we would just live on that, and water in addition to that, plain water, as much as we wanted, because it sometimes got so sweet that we just wanted water. You drink about a gallon of that a day for most people, unless you're losing weight too fast, and then you drink it with more maple syrup in it. You can double it, even, or more than that. Well, I don't know if they went more than double it. Booster says Testament is a third-rate metal band. At their height, they were playing the chitlin circuit. Okay, I don't know what that is. But some of the people on that I noticed commenting think it's the best metal band that exists. I mean, I listened to the video, and I would like to influence them to change it so that it wasn't portraying Doe as a devil. So I offered, I offered on their YouTube channel page that they were using, or somebody was posting for them, I don't know if it was going to them, to play music with them. But I wouldn't want to play music to that video. I offered that of Little Uzi Vert too, but I don't know if he got the message. I said to him 2 posts or 2 or more on his Twitter, one of his Twitter accounts. I don't know, he might have a few. Probably does. Then Booster says, did you happen to hear my comment about mushrooms? I'd like to hear your responses. It's about 3 comments up. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello? Oh, hi. Here. I want you in the picture here. Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't see this thing about mushrooms. Oh, I see. I missed a lot. I have had, Welsh Dragon said, I have had friends lose family to COVID. I have had two aunts hospitalized because of it as well. They were really deathly sick. I believe that. The immune compromised need to be most protected. And a lot of those people are going to be pretty elderly. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't enjoy even talking about COVID as um, a bad flu virus, as some form of diminishing that people die from viruses. You know, if COVID hadn't come along, there's somebody that would have been in the chat room if they were talking about viruses killing people, saying that H1N1 killed my parent, or or whatever, right? And so in 2018 there was 60,000, according to the CDC, people that they estimated died from COVID, and 50 million that were that had it, that were sick, that got sick during that season. Interesting, because the royal family do not eat shrimp. Busher says, I eat shrimp and mushrooms on a fairly regular basis with no perceptible ill effects. Did Doe describe what the consequences would be? Perhaps it's just improper to eat such things. No, it's not a matter of being improper. He just said that there was some kind of toxin in them that humans haven't discovered yet. But he didn't say what the ill effects were. That's all I remember from that. I'm not sure where I even heard that talked about or read it. I'm not sure how I got it. So maybe I'm wrong. So I wouldn't take that to the bank until you see, where Doe actually said it. But I think it's a good thing to put it in your back pocket, and or investigate, see if there's anybody else that's saying anything about it. I eat shrimp too. I haven't had any ill effects from it. I haven't eaten it in a long time. It's been a year or so. But my ex-partner, who used to make dinner over here sometimes for my vehicles for our daughter, they would make shrimp quite often, and sometimes I ate it with them, and I never had any problem that I knew was the shrimp. So it might have to do with one's genes and the particular kind of shrimp that's harvested, and where it's from and what it's subject to, whether it has a lot of mercury in it. Because I think aren't they bottom dwellers? So all the heavy metals would eventually probably settle, like as a mist or like a film. And so the bottom fish, might be the ones that have the most toxins. I think catfish are like that too. And don't the catfish don't have certain kind of gills or something, or certain kind of scales or something like that? That the Old Testament says not to eat fish unless they did have scales, was it? I'm forgetting that now, so I'm not going to try to. Oh yeah, I see how I skipped that. All right, I'm going back down to the bottom of the chat room. Okay, so Booster says, no way, Testament is a poor man's Metallica. Yeah, I kind of like Metallica. I always did. Not that I heard about them until after I left the classroom, really. But Booster says that how much of Trump's recovery do you attribute to his medical care? He just seems to have a hardy constitution to me. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, uh, he does seem to, put that vibe out that he's kind of tough. He's tough in his words and he's tough in his debates. He's a tough guy, and that's not, of course, pleasant. But I mean, he's tough on a lot of people, unjustifiably so in many cases, right? But this is what is happening, and this is what we've had. So I don't know. I don't trust that antibody treatment. I've heard some things about it that says it's very hit and miss. But maybe it helps. But I think he was also taking vitamin C and vitamin D and zinc. And I believe that vitamin C makes sense because of other things I've read about vitamin C helps certain cells that the immune system is built on somehow. And I read a little bit about that, but not enough to actually do it justice and to talk about it, except the way I just did. And zinc may be something good too. I know the hydroxychloroquine. He might have been using that, but not telling anybody about it. I wouldn't be surprised about that. And he's been using that for a while. So that, and what people have said about that in France and England and Ireland and United States was that it's really good as a preventative even to use it a little bit. And it's cheap. And that it works best with when in conjunction with like erythromycin or something like that, some kind of bacteria, antibiotic. I mean, and so when they started the study on it, they canceled it very soon after starting the study. That doesn't make any sense at all. They should be studying it continuously. Why would they tell people that they canceled it? Because it didn't work with whatever little study they did. Well, so they got the result they wanted, and so now they're coming up with their own products, right? So that you can buy it from them. If they want to make more money on it. And they want you dependent on them. I mean, they don't want you that necessarily in their minds, but they just believe they've got the best solutions. I don't think most of the doctors that are in favor of the way things have been going want to take over people. Well, but then on second hand, if they think those people are going to be spreading the virus, then they do want to take over people. And they might want to take over people because they're picturing that it's a lot easier to have a camp to put people in that are quarantined, right? So, because wherever you put them, they're potentially going to be getting somebody else sick. So why not put them with a whole bunch of other people that are quarantined? So you might be putting people that have COVID with people that don't have COVID. And they're doing that. They have a camp set up. They're setting up camps in Canada for COVID people. I don't know what kind, but they're open to using those camps for other people too. Hitler put people in, the Jews and the dissidents, in concentration camps. There were like 1 million of those I've seen reported. Of the 7 or 8 million people that were killed. If that number's accurate, I don't know if it is or not. Okay, the last thing in the chat room. How much of Trump's recovery? Oh yeah, I read that one already. Darn. So I think that's all I guess to say about that. But if I think of something else, I'll try to jot it down and pay attention to my notes for a change. Every time I do this, I have a whole bunch of notes here of things I wanted to talk about. I got to a little bit of them in the beginning. So I guess that's about as far as I'm going to go. But I'm just going to scroll this by, and then I'm going to call it a night. Peter says, "The elders which are among you I exhort, who am also an elder, and a witness of the sufferings of Christ, and also a partaker of the glory that shall be revealed." Right, I said when he came back, his glory would be revealed. Well, who is his glory? His glory is his brightness. It's his light. His light is his older member. And his older member was revealed, and it talks about that in John 14, chapter 14, verse 23, and other places. That shows that the Father is coming back to make their residence with them, with us. Okay, so Booster says, "There's always at least 2 or 3 people watching but not commenting. Do you think any number of them may be nefarious watchers?" I don't know. It's possible. And then, I just don't know. I certainly can't dwell on it, and I don't want to restrict what I say. I don't restrict anything I say, so because I don't have to. I don't have to try to cover for something, because there was nothing to cover for. Everything's out in the open, and as controversial as it is. I understand that. Then Harm Van Newton says, "Thanks, Sawyer. Learned some things again. Good night until the next one." Good night to you as well. And Booser, and to Jeff and Kathy Southwestern, although you're not here anymore. Welsh Dragons, and you're probably not here anymore. Akaya Jewel, Nuno Alt. Oh, I didn't read this. It said, modern Satanism by Booser is all about fulfilling hedonistic pleasures. And lording over other humans. Yeah, I hear you. Not that there's anything wrong with people watching and not commenting. No, I didn't think you. I didn't see that as saying that. But it's good to that you're sensitive about that. I see that as a characteristic of the next level, covering for the way people can take things into a negative or misinterpret things that, or even correcting ourselves if we felt like, we even had that vibration and realized that, we might be coming across. Hey, Illusion, a shout out, but I'm about to close it down. Oh man, I'm sorry. A man or a woman. I don't mean man as a gender thing. Just a stupid slang, right? So, yeah, I'm pooped. 4 hours. So good night, folks. Been a pleasure.